to people after Nibbana in order to attain Nibbana? Eh? I don't think this applies.
Sorry, I should say to understand Nibbana.
Or is it necessary to people to understand Nibbana in order to attain Nibbana? How do you develop a balance so that we're not attached to Nibbana and can deal with the present life? Basically, you don't have a choice. The will is gone. So once you experience Nibbana, see Nibbana, that's it. You can't say no. You know, you get the taste of Nibbana, and then you think, oh, I better not do this. I've got kids and others. Someone will look after your kids. What was that Mahayana story, which I really like? You know, you say Ajahn Brahm, Mahayana, you should just stick to Theravada. But I kind of was inspired by this story. There was the Japanese, I think, kind of Zen monk, but not just an ordinary Zen monk, Hakuin. And he lived alone, and very simple living in a cave or up in the mountains somewhere. And he hardly had a little bit of food, but not much. But the villagers respected him, so they looked after him. And then one day, one of the villagers, they became pregnant. And it was her boyfriend. The boyfriend, the scallywag, didn't want to own up. And so she said, well, I don't want to get my boyfriend in trouble. Instead, I hope that we may eventually settle down together, even though she was now obviously pregnant. So when pressed by her father, you know, just needing to answer him, said it was that monk's fault. You know, he made love to me, and this is the result. And so the father was so upset that the monk had done this. And so together with other senior members of the village, they went up into the mountains and they saw that monk and they just scolded him. You bad monk, we trusted you. And they really gave him a heavy scolding. But, you know, they never hit him, but just argued with him and scolded him and demeaned him. And then they went back home. And when the daughter had given birth, they went to scold the monk a second time, with the baby this time. And they said, you're responsible for this baby, you look after it. So the monk had to look after this baby. Oh, I never mentioned that when they scolded him the first time, the only response which the monk had was just to say, also. He never sort of denied it, never admitted it. Just said, okay. So the monk started looking after the baby. Don't tell me how a monk will look after babies. Please don't ever do that to me. But the monk realized they were not going to listen to what he said. They'd already decided that he was responsible. So he looked after that kid reasonably well. But then the mother started thinking, oh, I wonder how my baby is. How can a monk look after a kid? And she started feeling scared about the wealth of her baby, and also about what she'd done to that monk. And what made it worse, her boyfriend, he'd actually run away to the city and never left a forwarding address or anything. So she was really upset with the behavior of her boyfriend. She thought he loved him. And so she told her father, it wasn't the monk's fault, it was my boyfriend. He just ran away to town. I thought of protecting him, but now he's gone. I'm so guilty, I feel so sorry. And so, but I need to go and see my kid, the baby. And the father felt so guilty that he had a quick meeting with all the senior villagers, and they went up the mountain to see that monk and tell him, "We're so sorry, we thought you were guilty. Now we've found out that you weren't the father of that child. And if it's okay with you, can we have the child back?" And all the monk Hakuin said, "Also," and gave the kid back. And sometimes I kind of like that. There's no anger, no remorse, you've never done anything wrong. It's okay, you want to have the kid, now you look after it. So if anyone accuses you of something you never did, what should you say? Arsehole. And you can always find a way to deal with any problems. Is that correct? Arsehole. Okay. Okay, let's get to the next question. Dear Ajahn, regarding disillusionment, is that okay? Is it appropriate to say the wrong view towards body, feeling, mind, and Dharma leads to suffering? Of course, yes. Of course it's appropriate. It does. If it leads to cessation, detachment, peace, then you know it's a correct view. That's one of the things about the right view. It doesn't cause problems. So is the views of someone like Mr. Trump, is that right view? If it leads to problems, it can't be right view. Anyway, dear Ajahn, regarding disillusionment, three questions. Dear Ajahn, do you know that there was only knowing consciousness there in jhana? After the jhana ends, thanks, I will miss you during the rains. Okay. Do you know that there is only knowing consciousness after the rains starts? I disappear, which is wonderful. I enjoy disappearing. Am I always around? Will you see me during the rains? It's nice to disappear. That's the only place you can have some rest. That's why I got my cave. I go in there, but am I inside it? No, that doesn't apply. Do you know that there was only knowing consciousness there in jhana? If you go into a jhana, you know there's only knowing consciousness. You can't experience anything else. There's the body vanishes. And that's one of the most beautiful things, for the body to vanish. You can't feel anything. And then hearing disappears. Seeing, obviously, look, you go and sit in my cave, it's totally dark. It vanishes. Smelling. I don't know how long I meditate in that cave. You think after many hours, there'll be a few smells there. I'm an old monk. Sometimes I can hear sounds when I'm not in deep meditation coming from my backside. I think you can hear them too, maybe even smell them. When you're in deep meditation, that all vanishes. So yeah, you do know there's nothing there. But what does nothing feel like? That was one of the interesting experiences which, even now, it took me many years to understand what happens when you're almost getting into a jhana. And that was when I was doing the walking meditation years and years ago. And walking, and all of my attention was just on a few movements of my legs. And everything else was kind of disappearing, and it was very peaceful. And then that's that occasion when It was like I heard someone 1,000 miles away. Brahma Wangso, Brahma Wangso. It was my name. And it appeared so far away. But it got my attention. And then I paid attention to it. It was like a psychic phenomena to hear a great distance. When I paid attention to it, I found out it wasn't a great distance at all. This other monk was shouting in my ear hole. He was about a millimeter away from touching my skin. But I was shouting. I was supposed to go to an appointment and I'd forgotten. And I was enjoying my meditation. He was told to go and get me. And he was shouting so loud that I could hardly hear it until I paid attention. And that's actually, you can see, even the sense of sound was vanishing. Sight was vanishing. The only thing I was really paying attention to was the feelings in my lower legs as I was lifting them, walking on the carpet of the main hall in this monastery in the middle of Bangkok. That was really cool. So you hadn't totally vanished, but you were pretty close. Any questions from the floor here? Yes. Actually, not from the floor, from the seats.
Ajahn, without mentioning the name of that group, there is a certain movement to say that the Buddha did not fully extinguish. He's still there, or Arahant haven't. So could this be the reason when the question is asked, did he, is it finished, or it says does not apply, and some sort of confusion created in this sutta?
No, it's not confusion created. It does not apply. It means no plus a little bit more. But it's not sort of a crack in the philosophy of Buddhism where you can somehow interpret that there is a Buddha. Not just one Buddha, but all the Buddhas and all the Arahats. That doesn't apply.
Does not exist and does not apply are two different things, isn't it, Ajahn?
Not apply is deeper. Is adding something more. It's not sort of an excuse for existence. If the non-existing was the answer, or existing was the answer, the Buddha would have said that. He said, no, it does not apply. It's deeper than that. You can't say it is. You can't say it's not. It does not apply.
No, find it hard to fathom.
Okay, but
Yeah,
I think the
you.
whole sutta as a whole answers those questions. About the simile of the fire. It's like a wrong question. Where does the fire go to?
Yeah, that
Doesn't go anywhere.
That is clear.
It doesn't mean it stays where it was.
Yeah.
No, that's not true either. So just those whole description of having to go somewhere, it just doesn't apply.
The fuel
The
finished.
philosophy is wonky. It's a much deeper answer than that. These are causes and effects. When the cause goes, where does it go? It doesn't go anywhere, it stops. It's not there anymore. And then the result doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, as the cause is finished,
Yeah,
the continuity stopped.
great.
That means it's not there.
It doesn't mean it's not there. But to say it's gone somewhere doesn't apply.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, Ajahn. Thank you.
Hi, I have two questions, okay. But the first one, so where it said that not being reborn doesn't apply, is that because there's nothing there to not be reborn? Is that kind of what it's getting at? Does that make sense?
You could say that, yes.
Okay. Yeah, just trying to make sense in my head how
Okay.
no rebirth, because like say the Metta Sutra or something like that would say, they're not reborn. So
Yeah.
So in
Not
other
reborn
words, it kind of
again
says no
into this
remorse.
world, it says in there, because they're talking about a lot of times anagamis, non-returners, at the end of that journey.
Okay. Thank you. The second question. So some scientists think there's like more than 5 bodily senses, like sense of balance or sense of temperature, maybe others. Do you think that's valid, or do you think there's only 5? It can make sense as well?
Yes, there's 5 main ones.
Yeah, okay.
Other ones you can say is...
Sort of different, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
There's like many cars these days. I've got all sorts of additions on there, and GPS and other stuff there they keep adding on. There's the main 5 ones. Yeah.
Ajahn Brahms, you talked about free will, and I just have a question about volition.
Yeah.
So, volition is part of, I guess, the Eightfold Path. This is the second one. That's how I imagine it.
Yeah.
Like setting intention, good intention, wholesome or unwholesome. Is will a part of that, or?
Will, no, will is part of the 5 khandhas. And it's right, what was it? Samadhi number 1, Sammasankappa. That's the Sammasankappa, the right intentions. Number 2 is intentions of renunciation, kindness, renunciation, loving kindness, and the other one is kindness. Make peace, be kind, be gentle. That's that second factor of the Eightfold Path.
So that's part of the will, isn't it? Although this might be conditioned.
Yes.
So although there's no free will, there is a will.
There's a will, yes, but it's not yours.
It's conditioned part of the
Conditioned,
condition.
yes.
Because there's no you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why you come to places like this, to get brainwashed. And I say that honestly. It's no joke. Your will gets changed. You get kinder, more gentle, easier to let go of things. But why is it that when people get sick and die, why do they grieve? You may say it's normal. Is it? It's common. But you see, make peace, be kind, be gentle. Can't we make peace with these things? So that's the first thing is renunciation, letting go, giving up. Give up. And things which are which upset you, give it kindness. Give a kindness to a person who's passed away. No need to cry. Be gentle to yourself and all others. And I don't say that as hypocrisy. I always thought that was strange. When a person passes away, we feel we have to cry for them. In some cultures, we have professional mourners we hire to cry for us. You can think of your partner who passed away. They lived such a beautiful, good life. They deserve like applause, not tears. Honestly, that's how I felt at my father's funeral. I never had any tears. I felt like standing up and giving him a round of applause. I honestly thought that. I was too scared to do that because all the others, they would have thought I was a crazy guy. That's a round of applause at your own dad's funeral, who I loved very much. Well done, Dad. Thank you for the 16 years when you loved me and taught me so much. I thank you, and I'll always thank you for that. That's how, I'm being honest, that's how I felt. Okay, that's it. Okay, we've got another question on here. Okay. From Portland in Oregon. I remember going to Portland many years ago, and I loved that place because one of the reasons I loved it, they had all these stickers on the cars. Keep Oregon weird. It was a nice place. Portland, Oregon, USA. Would I be correct to say that when the brain automatic nervous system is not properly functioning and messing with our perception, it's best to turn it off, meditate as much as possible? To say when its brain autonomic nervous system is not properly functioning, turn it off when it is properly functioning. That's much better. And it messes with our perceptions. Is it best to turn it off and meditate as much as possible? It's an interesting option. If you can meditate, and you can trust that the meditation is stopping or avoiding those misfunctions of your perceptions, then why not? If you can. And if what the perceptions change into is way more peaceful, way more still, then it'll be great. The thing is that the brain automatic nervous system is not properly functioning. Why is it not properly functioning? Will the meditation avoid that problem? If you can really turn it off, great. But sometimes you may think you're turning it off and you're not. So it depends how your meditation was before. If you can really turn off those perceptions and just be still, then fine. That's a weird question, but I did say, people in Oregon, please stay weird. Have any of you been to Oregon? In Portland especially? That's such a lovely town. Stay weird, Oregon. Thank you. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Okay.
I am the master here. I am the teacher here. I am the authority here. If Buddha appears, I will cut him down. If God appears, I will cut him down. Whatever appears, I will cut it down. I stand above Angelo Delulu. My Dharma is the Dharma of the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. Angelo Delulu is a false representative of Zen, a false representative of Chan. And he is my enemy. And I will not stop, neither by force or court order, until he is fully exposed down to his bones. Angelo Delulu, you are on notice. You know what we call those who suffer? Losers. Sit up, meditate, eat your beans. Tell that dumb head of yours to shut its mouth. Work. Pay the bill. Stop paying off the interest. Pay off the bill. You want to relax? Pay off more of the interest and some of the bill. Sit there and meditate. You lazy scum. You want my sympathy? You want my pity? I'll give you the sword. Meditate. Or be thrown in the streets like the dog that you are. Eat trash. And beg. Beg to come back home. You're suffering? Sit in meditation before I whoop your ass. You want suffering? I'll show you what suffering is. I'll make you suffer. I'll be your demon. I'll be your devil. I'll whisper trauma into your ear. I'll make you schizophrenic with chemicals. You think you're suffering now? Wait till I get my hands on you. Sit upright. Meditate. Focus on your breathing. Go and do good deeds. Go and practice generosity. Stop giving money to me and go and find some dirty homeless people. Go and give some money to them. You feel ashamed of yourself? Surprise, surprise. I'm ashamed of you too. Now get to work. Meditate. Focus. Somebody left a comment on one of my videos. They said, "Who are you to think you know better than Angelo Delulu?" I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years. Angelo Delulu is an anesthesiologist. He's got a degree in putting people to sleep. I got a degree in waking people up. You understand that? I challenge Angelo Delulu to a boxing match 1 year from today in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. If you can't wake his old ass up, I'm going to put him to sleep in the ring. And it ain't going to be no Conor McGregor, Conor Murphy situation. It's going to be me whooping Angelo's ass in the ring, knocking him out cold. Monkey see, monkey do. Okay. Good morning and welcome. My name is Dr. Rob. I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years. I'm a Dhamma Vipassana teacher. This is our online class sessions on how to stop the sufferings.
Xin quý khách lưu ý, xin quý khách lưu ý, dù mở rộng cả trang tòa nhà, chúng tôi đang tiến hành kiểm tra. Xin hãy nhận bình tĩnh và vui lòng nhờ những thông báo tiếp theo. Xin cảm ơn. Your attention please. Your attention please. The emergency alarm has been activated. The property management is investigating the situation. Please remain calm and stand by for the instructions. Thank you. Xin quý khách lưu ý, xin quý khách lưu ý, dù mở rộng cả trang tòa nhà, chúng tôi đang tiến hành kiểm tra. Xin hãy nhận bình tĩnh và vui lòng nhờ những thông báo tiếp theo. Xin cảm ơn. Your attention please. Your attention please. The emergency alarm has been activated. The property management is investigating the situation. Please remain calm and stand by for the instructions. Thank you. Xin quý khách lưu ý, xin quý khách lưu ý, dù mở rộng cả trang tòa nhà, chúng tôi đang tiến hành kiểm tra. Xin hãy nhận bình tĩnh và vui lòng nhờ những thông báo tiếp theo. Xin cảm ơn. Your attention please. Your attention please. The emergency alarm has been activated. The property management is investigating the situation. Please remain calm and stand by for the instructions. Thank you. Xin quý khách lưu ý, xin quý khách lưu ý, dù mở rộng cả trang tòa nhà, chúng tôi đang tiến hành kiểm tra. Xin hãy nhận bình tĩnh và vui lòng nhờ những thông báo tiếp theo. Xin cảm ơn. Your attention please. Your attention please. The emergency alarm has been activated. The property management is investigating the situation. Please remain calm and stand by for the instructions. Thank you. Xin quý khách lưu ý, xin quý khách lưu ý, dù mở rộng cả trang tòa nhà, chúng tôi đang tiến hành kiểm tra. Xin hãy nhận bình tĩnh và vui lòng nhờ những thông báo tiếp theo. Xin cảm ơn. Your attention please. Your attention please. The emergency. xin quý khách lưu ý. Xin quý khách lưu ý, xin quý khách lưu ý. Chúng tôi đã đến thành điểm báo cháy và hệ thống đã trở lại hoạt động bình thường. Cảm ơn sự đồng hành của quý vị. Your attention, please. Your attention, please. The fire alarm test is over, and the system is back to its normal operation. Thank you for your cooperation. Xin quý khách lưu ý, xin quý khách lưu ý. Chúng tôi đã đến thành điểm báo cháy và hệ thống đã trở lại hoạt động bình thường. Cảm ơn sự đồng hành của quý vị. Your attention, please. Your attention, please. The fire alarm test is over, and
You want to smoke weed? You want to be cool? You want to do drugs? Huh? Let's see you sit down and meditate. Let's see you sit still and face your mind and face your suffering for an hour and a half. More than that. Okay? You want to do drugs? You want to jack off? Huh? You want to fuck? You want to suck? You want to eat? You want to shit? You want to piss? You want to sleep? Let's see you meditate. That's real shit. Okay, I can meditate. You saw it, didn't you? I sat there and I meditated for more than an hour and a half. What were you doing? What have you been doing with your life? You're lucky if you can sit there for 20 minutes. That's real. That's what I represent. I represent reality. I represent the truth. You want to know about the truth? You're going to have to learn how to look at your own mind. How to look at your own mind. Caught up in your ego, caught up in your beliefs, caught up in your stories. Caught up in your bullshit. You want a cookie because you practice meditation? Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares. You did meditation. Welcome to the real world. Meditation over. Now it's where the real work begins. I'm a worker. I'm a teacher. I'm a meditation master, a spiritual teacher, pointing out the truth behind the eyes. You know what I did during my meditation? I practiced mindfulness and detachment as best as I could with all phenomena, mental and material. Okay? What did you do? How long did you meditate? How long can you meditate for? And I'm going to be publishing this video specifically as proof that I'm a meditation master. There we go. That's what you should be learning about. Meditation and the art of not thinking. That's what you should be learning about. That's what I'm teaching here. Meditation and the art of not thinking. That's what I'm teaching here. Being kind, being open. Being true. And now Lisa Cairns is copying me, tagging all these non-duality teachers in her videos. How about this? Stop copying me, Lisa Cairns. Because you don't give me gold, because you don't give me silver, because you don't give me precious jewels and gemstones, I got something for you right here. This is what you get.
So, welcome. Welcome on YouTube and welcome on Zoom. We are here to dance and play with language and chatter, and a space in which exposes the wide open natural reality that is already all that there is. And it's needless. The nature of reality is needless.
What are you going to do when I bring a whoop ass into you that you're never going to forget?
Is exposing that, pointing it out, that already the freedom that we all appeared to look for, crave for, long for, was already everywhere.
Says who? Says you? You're not my motherfucking boss. You're not God. You're not in control of me. You don't control my fucking life, Alexis Non-Duality. You think this is a fucking play pretend game? I'm gonna play pretend with you. This ain't no fucking game. And you're in the deep end now.
Every imaginable direction we apparently moved towards or away from to find it.
Every imaginable direction we apparently moved towards the face of the blah. Shut the fuck up.
That was it too. The movement was it too. All of our imaginings and ideas and thoughts and perceptions, everything is equally this embrace, this wide open embrace. So total, so all-encompassing.
Are you describing enlightenment, or are you describing my foot up your ass?
So free. Just all that there is that wide open natural reality. And this message is pointing that out, revealing that whatever you think, feel, sense, perceive, or believe is equally this immediacy.
Prove it. I wasn't born yesterday. I don't wander around on my little tricycle looking for freaks to tell me the way that it is. Prove it. I'm not your slut. I'm not your slave. I'm not your sub. You don't tell me the way that it fucking is. You prove it. Or you get your fucking ass whooped trying to teach your kids this trans non-duality. I teach my kids duality. Then I teach them non-duality. After I taught them nothing. Who the hell do you think you are? Telling me the way that it is in my world, in my life. I'm going to tell you something. And you better hope that it's a P.O. box and not your address.
Radiant, whole, organic, wild, and open.
Alexis has got a radiant, non-duality, extravagant, open whole, eh?
Open freedom. And sensation and vibration may seem to betray that, or may seem to disagree with that. And that's it too. Even if it seems contracted or separate or relative, whatever that could seem to mean, that's it too.
You are not my teacher. You are not God. You are not in control. You are not enlightened. You are not the non-dual trans queen of reality, okay? You humble your fucking self before I humble you.
It's all it too. Yeah. This isn't a reductionist message. This isn't a message of denial or dismissal or disregard. It's an embracing message. It's a message that says, look, whatever you think, feel, or believe, or perceive, it's all this. There's nothing to get rid of.
Yeah, and tell me what this is, buddy. And well, there's nothing to get rid of. How about when I put my fucking fist in your face? Then you say there's nothing to get rid of, as you're being tortured alive and skinned alive. Then you say there's nothing to get rid of. It's all this. You're a liar. You're a charlatan. You're a fake. You misrepresent your position.
Then there's nothing to destroy or remove from the equation. There is no equation. There's only one. There's no equation in zero or oneness. Yeah. No puzzle to be solved in the absolute. Of course, the absolute is simply everything. And when we talk in these terms of there's only this or that, the absolute is, that also includes the appearance of relativity. It includes the appearance of time or space, or what would seem to get called time or space. It includes all of our perceptions and feelings and emotions and interpretations of reality. But essentially, the nature of reality is one total, indivisible whole, and that can't be reached through any kind of
Oh, I bet it can be reached when I join one of your sessions and I whoop your ass. It's going to be reached then, ain't it?
relative means. You can't get to the absolute in relative means. Every single movement is like a wave on the ocean. Like a wave. Yeah. And yet,
This is somebody who needs a full-on ass whooping. No, but seriously, that's what you need. This is what happens when you don't work in community, you don't work with teachers, you don't attend retreats. Your ego gets out of control. That's it. That's all that Alexis non-duality is. They're not an enlightened teacher. They don't understand non-duality. It's somebody whose ego is absolutely, totally out of control, and they live a life in a particular way to create conditions, to stay within conditions that allow this ego to keep perpetuating itself and believing that it's the king of Neptune or something like that, or that it's fully enlightened, it's totally unconditional. So this is the problem, and that's why I'm making videos like this and, putting myself at risk, putting my channel at risk by making these videos, because it's important that people understand this. These are not enlightened teachers. These are not particularly advanced teachers. They're fake at their core, at their root, and we need to understand that. Sure, I can hear you.
So what I've like realized from meeting multiple people is that they're all the same. They're really predictable, bro. Like all social circles are pretty predictable.
You sound like an
Uh,
idiot. You sound absolutely like an idiot. You're unmatured. You haven't traveled the world. You haven't been exposed to different cultures, different ways of
Greetings,
life,
nigga.
different
What the fuck?
religions, different philosophies. You're making up this fucking 4chan cope bullshit idea in your head, and you're trying to justify it to keep you stuck in the box of your own ego. You don't understand the world. You don't understand Chinese culture. You don't understand Thai language. You don't understand South Korean people. You don't understand African people. You don't understand the world. It's just a cope, man. And so you have to learn how to open up your ego instead of opening up your asshole to get fucked by all the bullshit that the world throws into it. Okay? You have to be humble,
Yeah, no,
open-minded. You have to go out there and explore. Be
but
sincere.
I
Be
never.
small. You're
But
afraid of being small, and that's the problem. You need to be open to being
but
small so that you can be big. And take off that chip on your shoulder that you just can't stop crying about, and fucking go out there and give and help somebody and serve in some way.
bro,
Practice
I'm
meditation.
not.
You don't
I
have nothing
feel.
figured out. I promise you that. You've got nothing figured out. And the last
I,
thing that you
but,
need to be doing is telling other people about this thing that you figured out. That's the last thing in the world that
but,
you need to be doing. I promise
but
you that.
why? But like, why if that's my perspective of the world though, and I just want to share with other people? That may be yours though, and me knowing another language, following another culture doesn't mean I don't like. It doesn't mean like if I follow Thai culture and you follow American culture, that doesn't mean we cannot have the same personality. You know, it just means we have other customs. Am I right or not?
You're just wrong, is what you are. Okay, so accept
How
being
am I
wrong.
What are
wrong?
you debating? What are you debating?
We're not debating
Like,
anything.
Ali.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
Ooh.
was just like asking like them of like how to not like be nervous when I speak to like new people.
You
That's
take a lot of
that's the
drugs.
worst
Let's not
answer
lie
you
to
could
you.
ever get, and that's why I came at him hard, because these guys are all over the world. Let me tell you what you do, XTF. You're nervous because you're afraid of your own mind. Okay?
Do drugs.
What you see out there
I
is
can't
go and
just
pop
your
up
own
into
mind.
smoke weed, bro.
What you need to shut that mouth. What you need to practice is meditation and spending time to be with your own mind. Look at it, sit with it, breathe with
Gotta
it.
get some pre-gab or something at least.
wait.
You're gonna get my
Ali.
pre-foot up your ass, is what you're gonna get.
where's Dr.
Okay?
Rob?
Wait, Ali, do you have like
JJ, what's good, bro?
do you have like a channel or something?
Monk Life Meditation, buddy. We're live right now, live and in charge.
Oh, wait, that's cool.
I'm
Bro,
a
don't get
professional
me wrong,
live
just hate
streamer.
drugs,
I'm a
bro.
professional life coach. I'm a professional everything you can imagine, buddy.
Wait,
Take
that's
drugs.
cool.
Do drugs.
I'll follow you, bro.
It's
Like,
cool and it's
I'll,
gay.
Hello?
yeah,
Do
it
drugs,
may be
bro.
gay, but if it's gay, it's cool too. Cause I'm
Hey,
gay.
I
Dr.
wanna see
Rob.
you do some drugs.
Just do drugs, bro. Doodle.
Keep my camera.
Ali, how old are you out of curiosity?
Old enough to be your mother.
He's 20. He's 20.
No,
Yeah, I like 20 years old.
20?
Dr. Rob, I
No.
didn't know that you were married.
And I didn't know that your mother was a nice lady until I met her.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Rob.
Who's that man?
That was really
Do
nice.
you understand what
sweet.
I said, XTF? You're nervous because
Yeah.
you're a freak. You're nervous because you're a weirdo. How do you not be a weirdo? By
You didn't
looking at
say
your
that.
own mind and detaching from all
No,
this
you do
bullshit you
drugs
got in
and
there.
drugs. Do a
You
lot
need
of
to
drugs.
meditate,
Do a lot of drugs.
XTF. You've got a
you
right.
see
You've
me,
got a good
alright?
reason to be nervous because you're a freakazoid. So you need to de-freak yourself.
Damn.
You know what? You want to know how to do that? You sit there comfortably. You focus on your breath and you look at your mind. You sit with your mind. You
XTF,
breathe with your
do
mind.
heroin, bro.
That's
Heroin.
it.
Heroin.
Become less of a
Yeah,
freak.
yeah.
You're right.
Heroin. Heroin.
Yeah, down.
Dr. Rob, do you get paid for this? Like,
Of
it's
course I
like-
get paid
It's
for
for
it.
the
I've
love of
got
the game.
students
No,
all over the
it's for the
world,
love
and when
of the
they see
game.
me doing this work, they know that they better open up their fucking pocketbook and give me money, or else I'm not going to help the young people anymore. The
Not
young
giving
men
you
of
Shalom
this
bat,
world.
brother. Shalom bat, brother.
I'm not giving you anything.
Oh, yes, they
Shalom.
are, and you're going to
Shalom.
give me some money too. You're going to give me a lot more than money. I
Dr.
promise
Rob,
you that.
shalom. Shalom.
Yo, keyword.
I'm going to give you.
Yo,
Wait,
Shalom, Goyim. Shalom, my
bro,
fellow
what's
Goyim.
up, bro?
Ali, are
Shalom.
you like Arab?
Hey, it's Dr. Rob to you.
Are you Arab? Like Islamic, something like that?
Yeah,
Don't
Dr.
ever
Rob.
insult him like that again.
Would
That
you
is
rather
Dr.
be
Rob to
gay
you.
or a
You
Muslim?
Ah, New Moon's doing drugs. New
Would you
Moon's doing
rather be
drugs.
gay or a
I'd
Muslim?
rather be a faggot
Hector
than
is
Muslim.
Muslim.
Would you
Yeah.
rather be
Honestly,
gay or
Snort it.
Muslim?
Snort it, New Moon. New
Muslim,
Moon, snort it.
Muslim,
Ali.
Muslim, 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 100% Muslim.
Wow.
I'm
That's
not
such a shit answer
religious.
to that question.
I mean, I'm not religious, but I would prefer being Muslim. Yeah, I would.
How? How would you prefer that? I'd
You're
prefer
mad
to
he
be
mugs you,
scum on
pussy.
earth.
I mean, I think maybe like even if I don't believe in it, like having a spiritual life would maybe like
Bro, I'd rather
leading.
just fucking die at that point if those were my only two
Yeah, for
options,
real,
bro.
bro. That's such a dog
Still recording? That's a 91 gigabyte file. How about that? 91 gigabytes for 2 hours. Maybe the real walk was the friends that we made along the way when we weren't walking.
Chính xác là vậy.
Bây giờ nè,
Toàn mặt nạ, cái gì? Toàn không phép này.
Bán đi
đấy
lên
là
tăng
cái
đi
chiêu
đó.
1 đó, cái chiêu 1 của con gì này, con gì tao
Bán
không
đi á, bán đi à?
Gì?
Bán hết à?
Bán
Bán hết
hết.
á?
Đúng rồi, xong bấm
Bán
vào
hết.
công.
bán
Bán
là
hết
lỗ
đi.
lỗ tiền đó.
Bán hết đi, bấm vào công.
Công.
Bán luôn tiền đấy.
Bán luôn cái giấy đi à.
Bán luôn
Bán
giày
cái
luôn.
giấy đi à.
Lỗ, ê,
Đúng
có
rồi.
ông nào kìa anh em ơi, có ông nào kìa.
Thanh kiếm này, mua thanh kiếm đi.
Anh em ơi, anh em.
Đưa xuống dưới,
Có
mua
ông
luôn.
nào trong Discord.
Đưa xuống dưới.
Anh em ơi, nhìn vào cái Discord.
Diệt thần cung kìa. Đấy, mua diệt thần cung.
Vũ Thuần Tàn trước,
Mãi
giờ
xem
Vũ
thách
Thuần
đấu
Tàn.
trường.
Vũ Thuần Tàn
Đây
được.
à?
Vũ Thuần Tàn cũng được.
Vũ Thuần
Anh em
Tàn.
ơi, nhìn có ông nào
Đâu?
kìa.
Vũ Thuần Tàn đi. Đấy.
Vô thùng
Anh
tàn
em
à?
ơi,
Cô ơi,
có ông
bạn
nào
của
kìa.
Đừng nói nữa.
Không tí nữa
bạn
mua
cua
diệt
kìa.
thần cung.
Bạn của cua
Xong
kìa.
lấy cái đàn
Đúng
nữa.
rồi, nhưng mà kệ ông ấy đi.
Đánh tay đi. Đúng rồi, tầm này đừng chiêu nữa, tầm này vứt chiêu đi.
Đánh tay đi à?
Đúng rồi. Đấy,
Đánh
đánh
tay đi
thường
xong
thôi.
chết à?
Bình thường quyền thôi.
Nhìn như cướp biển đó nhà anh em nhỉ.
Hay quá.
Trời ơi, làm sao mà được?
Hello.
Của bảo
Đấy
vệ
chỉ có bình thường quyền thôi.
Hello.
Thay vì dùng chiêu để sụt thì ông ấy quyết định chọn cái cách là trở thành
Em
tay
ơi.
luôn. Mới gì đấy?
Cái gì vậy?
Em ơi kìa.
Em ơi nào vậy?
Anh thấy có đám khói ngay đây này.
Cô bấm ra một tí xong rồi cô cái có thì cô sẽ biết.
Nam mô A Di Đà Phật. Nam mô A Di Đà Phật. Nam mô A Di Đà Phật.
Nam mô A Di Đà Phật đấy.
Nam mô Quan Thế Âm Bồ Tát.
Đấy đúng rồi.
Mệt mỏi.
Xong một tí đến cái huân chương cho anh vào bình thường quyền đến chết.
Có tí cảm xúc.
Đây à, đánh tay cứ kiểu này thôi à?
Đúng rồi, chỉ bấm cái nút đấy thôi, vứt hết 3 cái chiêu ấy đi.
Vứt
Chỉ bấm cái đấy thôi.
Chuyển từ một con AP sang một con này. Cười vãi không?
Đánh xong rồi check anh đắt ngay.
Khoan. Đâu? Kìa.
Đây. Hello bro. Hello.
Em ơi,
Hello bro, what you doing? What are you doing?
Cái nhiệm vụ con tướng này là đâm thẳng vào tai mà.
Đi con mẹ thổi mồi à?
Gì?
Ủa
Thằng
ai?
thổi mồi.
Hello.
Này phải người Ấn Độ mày.
Đây là AI à? Đây là AI
em
à?
ơi, em ơi,
Không.
AI.
em
AI à?
ơi,
Gì mà?
em
AI.
ơi,
Yeah, stand up bro.
em ơi.
Em ngoài vậy.
Mẹ ơi, stand up.
Em ơi.
Đéo mẹ gì mày bay.
AI đỉnh nhờ.
Ê sao ta đi đâu?
Nam mô A Di Đà Phật. Nam mô A Di Đà Phật. Nam mô A Di
AI đỉnh nhờ.
Đà Phật.
Mẹ hay chứ.
Ủa sao thấy bật cam mà?
Nó AI. Nhìn nó biết.
Ê, cái gì
Huy
mà?
ơi.
Ê sợ.
AI đấy.
Ai gọi tôi vậy?
AI đấy.
Em
Biết rồi.
Tôi là Huy mà.
Owen.
Honey, can you give me the inside the
Giáo giống AI nó gì mẹ.
fridge?
Khi bữa nay em ra tìm máy ấy.
Cái mẹ nó.
Owen, mày xem Steam
Ơi.
đi.
Ok, đang xem từ. Ok, xem rồi. Sao nữa?
Thấy chưa?
Sao nữa?
À, con Loan đây này. Hiểu sao tao
Chị
gọi
vào được
mày.
hàng nó à?
Ừ.
Cái gì? Cái con
Sao
Khánh Loan
chị vào
đó
được?
hả? Con Khánh Loan đó hả?
Gì
Con Khánh Lan
mẹ.
rồi. Con Khánh Loan hả?
Đúng rồi.
À, con nhỏ đó hả?
Mày giúp tao vã nó được không? Tao ghét nó luôn.
Ai server rồi mà.
Hả? Không, nó vào lại rồi, nó dùng A khác ấy. Tao biết
Đâu,
nó là
nào?
nào.
I'm still wondering about taking the next steps to find the actual source of thoughts while it happens, to gain awareness of it. But is it the right view? It's right enough to keep practicing. But if we're seeking anything, then that's the stupidity. So maybe what you're talking about is dhyana. Maybe what you're talking about is seeing the mind, the true mind or the real mind, seeing your Buddha nature. But regardless, what we really want as our ordinary people that we are, we want to feel fucking good, right? We want to feel real, real good. And so that's the jhana, that's the dhyana, that's the absorption. We don't care, do you trust me? You don't care about enlightenment. You want to feel fucking great, right? So do I. So Ajahn Brahm says that getting the dhyana, experiencing the dhyana, it's like sitting underneath the mango tree and having a mango fall onto your head. Or maybe that's what Ajahn Chah said and Ajahn Brahm repeated it, or maybe I'm just making it all up. Who knows? But anyway, the point is we practice the meditation as a total not seeking. Okay? That's what we do. And if you're going to seek for where thoughts come from. And if you're going to do that, you might as well send me a few donations as well. It's not magic. It's going to happen when you make it that much of a part of your life and that much of what you're interested in, right? Doesn't that make sense? That's when it'll happen. Okay? Not going to happen before that. All right, here's a question. When is the best time to start meditation? When is the best time to start meditation? The best time to start meditation is after you've finished meditation. Okay? What you need, Niels, is you need pain. It's not about your little idea, your little view. How am I approaching this? You need torture, you need pain. Okay? Or you need to be nearby the master. And if you have both, all the better. That's what's going to work. Not your little idea. So when you sit until you feel pain and then see how good your meditation is with that pain. See what you really want. Do you really want to find the source of thoughts or what pain is? Or do you want to feel good? You want to feel better than you feel right now, right? So that's the suffering of Patujanas, the suffering of Arya Sotapannas. We're not done yet. We don't got it yet. And we're going to have to accept that, aren't we? And we're going to have to practice mindfulness and detachment. Not seeking, right? Not seeking. When we practice meditation, we're building space for not seeking. Everybody here understand not seeking, not looking for the next thing, not looking for something? And it takes time. That's why Angelo Delulu is so stupid. Because you get an insight, or Niels he finds the source of thoughts or says, wow, I feel good. That was amazing. And then Angelo tells him, you got it. And teaches you how to talk like you're awakened, whatever that means. That's why I'm a better teacher than Angelo Delulu. I'm more available. I'm more accessible. I'm more well-trained. I'm more experienced in meditation. I'm more experienced in Buddhism. I'm definitely more experienced in Hinduism and various forms of yoga. So unless you want to get knocked out with nitrous, Angelo Delulu is not your guy. I'm your guy. Okay? I'll be your teacher. Okay? What's the real reason for these Angelo Delulu videos? Y'all ain't giving me enough money. That's the real reason. We need people with real money. Real white people. Real middle-aged white people with jobs. Doctorates. With degrees. I don't know where the laws came out about this community that everybody here is in poverty. Nobody here has any degrees in anything. Everybody here is looking for a handout. Okay? So that's why we're making these Angelo Delulu videos, to hopefully get us some real degree-holding people here. They got money to spend. Okay? Does everybody understand that? Hello? We're building a spiritual community of wealthy, intelligent, degree-holding, European people, okay? And you know what I mean by that, when I say European, okay? And if you're not a peon, you're a Dayan. That's the way that the world works. And so I want everybody here to think about that when you see those Angelo Delulu videos posted. How can I leave a comment that's going to snare one of Angelo Delulu's students to now follow Dr. Rob, my guru? Okay? Yeah, Niels, that's why I just said, you need to just feel pain, be around the master, and just keep sitting, keep practicing. You're not going to think your way through it. You're not going to find the right angle, okay? Because there's too much greed, anger, delusion. There's too much grasping. There's too much wanting. Unconscious, subliminal, fine, subtle, wanting. This is my monastery. This is my temple. This is my meditation center. I'm the spiritual master here. I'm the spiritual teacher here. If you're here, that means that you've stumbled into a meditation center. Yes, that's right. The pain is your teacher. Now, Ajahn Brahm says the Buddha taught anapanasati, not anapanasati. But guess who Ajahn Brahm taught that to? To the people that were listening to him. So if you don't want to feel that pain, go and listen to Ajahn Brahm's Dharma talks. Meditate with him. One day I'll learn how to take my own advice. Then I won't need any of you. Because I'll communicate psychically with Chinese billionaires. We won't have Western offerings anymore. What does that say? What does it say in the background? Why don't you take a look, everybody? Why don't you Google this? Instead of Googling me, you Google this. Sakyaditi, the delusion of self. Okay? Do you understand that? Probably not. Sakyaditi, the illusion of self. Can you read that? Can you see that? Sakyaditi, the delusion of self, of someone, of a story. What's a story without a self, everybody? What's a story without someone? You tell me that. You explain that to me. Okay? Yeah, all the poor people in the world love me. Surprise, surprise. Somebody else who loves me that's on the government dole. Another person with a disability that loves me. Another poor person that loves me. Great. It's my temple. I'll burn it down if I want to. You understand that? It's my body. I'll do what I want with it. I'm in charge here. Now, please, if you can, send Angelo DeLulu an email and tell him that I'm challenging him to a boxing match 1 year from today in Ho Chi Minh City, Thailand.
Oh, he's back.
Yo, get this guy out the fucking call, bro. You son of a bitch.
Wait, no, he's
You want to get banned? You want to get banned, buddy? You're not going to talk.
No, your mic is muted.
You're not going to talk disrespectful to me unless you want to get fucking banned. You understand that, little twink boy?
Yo, keyword, Dr. Rob.
This guy is hilarious. He muted
How's it going, Dr. Rob?
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask you. Do you have like a like? I'm kind of like stupid. Like, do you have like a video that can like show me? What
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Sit down or lay down and focus on your fucking breathing. Striker, you're done. Sit down or lay down and focus on your
Hey,
breathing.
don't abuse people, man. That's not even cool.
Oh, I'm gonna fucking shut you up. How about that? You're not fucking in charge of what abuse is and what abuse isn't. You're not God. You're not the king of nothing.
Please. I'm the king of nothing, man.
No, you're not. You're not the Buddha.
Oh my God.
You're not the master of emptiness, okay? You're not the Buddha.
Well, I'm the master of nut, as you can see in the name.
Do you want to place a bet on what animal you're gonna be?
Do you understand what I said, XTF?
I think I'm gonna be a crocodile.
And just feel it, and just go,
Yeah,
keep
I
feeling
love
it,
being
keep
crocodile.
going deeper into that experience.
Shut the fuck up, Dr. Rob.
Yeah,
Yo,
shut up,
you're not
man. You
speaking
don't
Dr.
even
Rob
you
like
don't even
that,
have good
right?
wisdom. You're just saying random bullshit, man.
What would you know about it? You don't know what wisdom is. You don't know about any of that stuff. So why would you even say something like that?
You know, when I taste test food, man, I don't have to be a chef.
But you have to know that you can fucking eat fucking food that's not your fucking tuna sandwich full of bullshit and mercury, aren't you? I don't need to eat extra. I don't need to eat Vietnamese food to know that it's not my sandwich. You fucking dummy.
Vietnamese
What a
food.
stupid thing to say. I don't eat that, mommy. I don't want to eat that. I want to eat McDonald's, mommy. I want to eat McDonald's, mommy. I don't want to eat that. Yeah, I'm a
Is that what
food
you
critic.
tell
I don't
you?
need to eat it to know if it's good or not. Because it's not
This
my
guy has an Indian
foodies.
cap
It's
on
not my
saying this shit.
foodies. That's
What
how I
is he
know it's
talking about?
not. It's not my foodies. Shut the fuck up, you little bitch. You little dummy.
Yo.
Oh my God. Calm down, buddy. It's time to
Rob,
send
what
the
country
chat.
are you in, by the way?
There are no countries and there are no borders. It's just ideas you have in your mind. Just thoughts.
Oh, is this guy's fucking life going?
Yeah, but would you want like terrorist
Ali,
Muslims to be able
there's
to
a
come
border
into your
between your
country?
hairline. I'm sorry.
Hey, that's rude, bro. We're all
Guys,
LTNs.
I'm gonna crash out like an LTN subhuman guy.
You're going to get your butt whooped, little nerd boy. Shut up.
Dude, yo, who's that behind you? Is that like
It's your mother.
boyfriend?
That's who it is. It's your
It's your
mother.
boyfriend.
It's your mother.
Why do you like
It's
boys,
your
man?
mother.
That's not even cool.
It's your mother. That's who's behind me. Your
I thought you were
mother.
Christian, bro.
You little
I thought you were
punk
Christian.
rage baiting bitch. You come over here, I'm gonna rage bait my foot up your ass, you little bitch. They're good guys. They just get a little bit excited when their friends are around. If you're better than me, if you're more enlightened than me, call me on WhatsApp right now, okay? This is the number. If you're more enlightened than me, call me on WhatsApp right now. It's not that complicated, is it? That's the WhatsApp number right there. Call on in. Vulnerability, openness, sharing, giving, being exposed. If you are more enlightened than me or as enlightened as me, call in on WhatsApp. Call the number right there. I guess nobody here thinks that they're more enlightened than me or as enlightened as me, huh? Well, that's inferiority complex, isn't it? I spent 8 years as a Buddhist monk. Not going to have people like you polluting my space. Why are there so few people in this world that have experience in meditation, in Buddhism, in spirituality, and waking up? You tell me that. How about this? How about we do this? I'm going to chop you up, Woden. How about if you're a cannibal? Maybe I'm a cannibal. Before enlightenment, seek to eat. Woden. After enlightenment, seek to eat. Woden. How's that for a new Zen proverb? Cannibalistic Zen. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of sitting here. Who the hell is this? Hello? Hello?
Hey,
Who's this?
it's Ollie.
Okay, that doesn't mean anything to me. What's going on?
I just woke up and I went to watch your stream and you said call, so I just went and called.
All right. Well, what's going on? Are you enlightened? Are you getting it? Are you feeling the energy or what's going on?
I mean, I feel the energy, but I'm not a Buddhist. Like, I don't know much about Buddhism. I know more about like Vedanta
All that
stuff.
stuff's fake.
and-
All those teachers are fake.
Really?
Yes. Name me the teacher. Who is it? Who's the right one?
I think you Nisargadatta or Nisargadatta.
Well, those guys aren't alive. I'm not going to piss on the dead.
Well, I mean, true, but still, I mean, I've been listening to their talks for like maybe 2 or 3 years now.
Most people are going to need a living teacher to go farther down the path, to understand more clearly and more deeply.
All right. Okay. Well, I don't really know exactly where I'm on the path. I just know that sometimes I feel like I'm at the razor's edge, and sometimes I feel like I'm not. It's kind of like ebb and flow in a way.
Do you ever think about killing yourself?
I used to, but not really.
Well, then what you're doing must be working.
You think so?
If you're not thinking about killing yourself anymore, do you take opiates?
No.
Do you take any drugs?
I take medication for ADHD.
You take amphetamines?
Yeah, for ADHD.
Okay. Are you gay?
No.
Have you ever thought about being gay?
Yes.
Okay. Good. Well, how long have you been following along with our Sangha and our teachings here?
Since May.
Okay. Do you have a job?
Right now, no.
Well, why don't you get a job?
Well, I have like schizophrenia, so it's kind of hard.
What country are you in?
Norway.
They give you money in an apartment in Norway if you have schizophrenia, right?
Eventually.
Well, focus on that. Focus on that. So focus on curing the schizophrenia while you focus on understanding what you need to tell the doctors in terms of schizophrenia so that you can keep getting that money and get that apartment. You understand what I'm saying?
That was my plan. And I mean, originally I was going to try to just use the disease to just, get money and.
Well, what are you using the amphetamines for if not to get your check from the government?
Well, I'm using it mostly to just
fuck around.
No, I write poetry. I write rap. I like to write rap music.
Okay, well, you're gonna have to send me a song sometime.
I will.
Yeah. And so, how does the schizophrenia currently appear?
Well, I've stopped taking the medicine for schizophrenia, so and it's been two months now, and I'm pretty stable.
Well, you stay close to me, you're going to be stable. I promise you that, because I have a cure. I have an energetic cure for schizophrenia. Very powerful. I'm a schizophrenic shaman. So the closer you stay with me, the less you're going to have to be afraid of the evil spirits in your mind, because those spirits are afraid of me. I'll fuck them up.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Anyways, I really appreciate your stuff. You do good work.
Thank you very much. And relax your anus. That's an important reminder.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. What do you suppose this? Because I've done a lot of research on like the Monroe Institute and
That's your
all this
schizophrenia, bro. That's
yeah,
all
yeah,
schizophrenia. That's all
all this MK
schizophrenia.
Ultra.
It's all schizophrenia. It's trust me, that's all schizophrenia. It's all
Okay, I
schizophrenic
thought so.
shit. You don't need to look into it. You don't need to think about it. It's just not important. You'd be better off, you know, watching videos about, you know, when's the S27 Ultra coming? That's schizophrenia too, but it won't get you so worked up. So the sense of self, the sense of someone in a story is the basin, or identity view is the basin of schizophrenic ideology. So you don't need to think. You don't need to think about things, especially if you use those ADHD meds to get an apartment and some money from Norway. They love that stuff, so just help them out to set you up. And that's it. You don't need to think about things. If you want to think about something, don't, most of the time. If you don't need to think about something, don't think about something. That's wisdom. That's the power of wisdom. Oh, I'm always, getting into arguments with people. They say, why don't we go and do a nice thing? I say, why don't you leave me alone? That's the schizophrenia. Okay?
So the schizophrenia wants
The schizophrenia wants to be me. The schizophrenia wants to be you. The schizophrenia wants to be someone. The schizophrenia wants to go somewhere, wants to do something.
So it's the persona or the...
It's the pursuit. It's the pursuit that has a persona inside of it. Just a natural law. Take a shower. Take a shit. Sit. Don't do anything. Don't not do anything. Breathe. Look at something. That's it.
Yeah, that's kind of the path, you know. It's really not that complicated. You just kind of get addicted to these identity stories, especially in music and stuff.
Well, you get addicted to sounds. You get addicted to sights. You get addicted to things. And that compulsion and that addiction in the mind of a schizophrenic takes its own embodiment, basically. And so don't talk to it. Don't think about it. Don't not talk to it. Just fucking look at a tree or something. Listen to here, sit here, be here now. Doesn't matter. You want to do this, you want to do that. Nobody cares about that. That doesn't matter. So you have to not care about that. Okay? You have to stop dragging the corpse around and just let the corpse die. You want to have something exciting happen? Then get the electric chair, do something very horrible and run from the police or something like that. That's exciting. Okay?
Yeah.
So don't do anything and don't not do anything, because then you're just going to be some lazy freak and you're going to be more schizophrenic that way.
I think I'm just gonna keep like cloning myself and just...
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. You've got to be careful about the poetry because you're going to think that it's special. It's not. It's not cool. It's not special. It's not anything. So make your art going for a walk. There's your poetry.
Yeah, because either things in life can either be simple or complex. It's kind of like you have to choose one.
Don't choose. Don't choose. Sit still.
Okay.
And don't do anything. And don't not do anything. And don't choose. And don't not choose.
Just let it happen.
You also need to, because who knows what kind of dangers you might come into with yourself, with your situation. So you need to listen to the real living Dhamma teachers. that have the powerful energies and the powerful spirits.
I do listen to Sadhguru.
Yeah, that he'll set you up. He'll protect you in the ethereal realm that doesn't actually exist, nor does it not exist, etc.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on this path since like 2022, so it's been like a really up and down roller coaster. It's just starting to like mellow out.
And don't smoke weed.
That's the hard part.
That's the most ridiculous thing. It's the people that know that their minds are fucking crazy and possessed by demons that want to take something that makes them fucking more crazy and possessed by demons. That's the amazing thing.
That's the thing.
Oh, they're fun, all right. I'll show you some fun. You know what's fun is a cannibal and a serial killer tying you up and torturing you and electrocuting you until you become a different person. That's fun. So just because something's fun, that doesn't mean nothing. That's what the schizophrenic demons want you to believe in. That's fun. I like having fun. The devil likes having fun. So you've got to stop. Stop it. Shut up. That's wisdom.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be a talker. I'm really not a talker anymore.
Be a giver. Be a donor. Be a letter goer. And a letting him goer as well. That's right. You wanted. Nobody cares. So you have to learn how to not care that you wanted or that you didn't want. That's the thesis. That's the technology. Doesn't matter. You wanted that. You didn't want that. Who cares? Nobody. Especially not you. So you have to embody that. You have to be that.
Right. Do you think I should continue my YouTube channel, or because I've kind of
No. It's just all nonsense. We have to collaborate. Alone, you're a schizophrenic. With me, you're a volunteer, etc. Right? With you, you're a schizophrenic. With Sadhguru, you're a useful person that's not crazy and that's helping out.
Right.
So you got to be open about that stuff. You being a part of a community. Schizophrenics don't like communities in the same way they don't like showers.
I'm not your typical schizophrenic.
You're not anybody, man.
I know.
Then you don't know. If you know that you're not anybody, then who's that? Who's that knows that? That's somebody, and that's the schizophrenic.
So what do we want to do with this so-called schizophrenic?
Kill him.
Okay.
Kill him with kindness.
Starve him?
Starve him. That's right. It's a starvation methodology. We're starving the seeking. We're starving the someone, the something, the somewhere, the some situation.
Right. Okay. What about the part of you that's ambitious and wants to, procreate, like, spiritually?
That's where your gay stuff comes in.
Okay.
Try to have a baby with a gay man. Not going to work. Try to be someone. It's not going to work. But you can give that someone to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, to Sadhguru, to the path. Give yourself to the path, then you'll lose yourself. Give yourself to breathing, then you'll lose yourself in breathing. Give yourself to seeing, then you'll lose yourself in seeing. Give yourself to hearing, then you'll lose yourself in hearing. But if you're listening to a bunch of conspiracy bullshit, then that's going to be confusing.
I have friends who are into that, but I try not to listen. To be honest, most of it is just Trump, blah, blah, blah.
Well, those friends aren't concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, so that's why they're not our best friends.
I know.
Sakya Ditti.
They mean well.
Sakya Ditti, the delusion of self, the delusion of someone. So if you're just sitting here and you're just listening and you're just breathing and you're just seeing and you're just hearing, where's that delusion? That delusion is starving. Okay? When we sit cross-legged and we feel that intense pain, that delusion of self wants it to be a certain way. So let it get fucked up. Let it suffer for a little bit.
I feel like schizophrenic is probably Angelo Delulu.
That's right. Angelo Delulu is a schizophrenic. That's right. That's a great title for my next video. See, you're already volunteering. You're coming up with titles for videos. So that's what we do. We volunteer. I'm be real with you. We volunteer concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha. We volunteer concerned with awareness. We volunteer concerned with the teachings coming from awareness, leading back to awareness. We volunteer with the community of awareness, which is all phenomena, all mental and material phenomena, and is also the people who get it, which aren't actually existent.
Yeah, so apart from you and me right now, who really exists?
Your mother.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, Shiva.
No, you can't think about it. That's what you think. You think that I'm thinking about it, right? You can't think about it. If you think about it, you're making more and more problems. That's why we take the position of a donor, of a volunteer, of a giver, of a listener, of a practitioner. You don't think about it. It's not your job to think about it. If it was your job to think about it, you'd be a CEO. You'd be making a lot of money, boy. So that's not your job.
Right.
So fire yourself. Fire yourself, your job thinking about it. You're going to die. Your thoughts are going to fail. Your plan's going to fail. Your self is going to fail. Your situation's going to fail. Everything's going to fail. But that doesn't limit us. It frees us for everything, which is not something in particular. So there's a difference between Buddhist bed rotting and schizophrenic bed rotting.
What's the difference?
The difference is that one makes you schizophrenic and one makes you a Buddhist.
Okay. It's really that simple.
That's right. If you're thinking about Buddhism, you're not going to be going fucking crazy. And when the demon starts talking to you, or you start fucking having delusions, you're going to call me up and I'm going to say, give me that fucking demon. I'm going to fuck him. And then that demon's, you're going to say, where is he? What's going on? And then your problem solved.
All right.
Okay. I'm the demon now. I'm your schizophrenic demon now. And that's what Sangha is all about. Schizophrenia, why don't you shut the fuck up and go and help with the dogs, you freak? That's what Sangha is all about. Okay, but we have to get in early before we get in late, because when we're getting in late, you've already cut the fucking dog up and are cooking it for everybody. You see what I'm saying?
I see, yeah.
If we get in early, problem solved. Oh, that's Dr. Rob. He's my friend. He fucks demons. I don't want him to fuck me, so I'm going to go and take care of the dogs. But when you're not a friend of Dr. Rob or a friend of the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha, now you're bringing cooked dogs to the monks with a big, stupid, crazy smile on their face, thinking that you're enlightened. You see what I'm saying? So it's not complicated, and it's not simple either. So we just take refuge in not needing to think. And then there's a lot more space for okayness. So we can reflect on that okayness. That's not about you or me or our story. Then we can do what we do freely without extra layers of attachment and self and identity and all that stuff.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, Ozeal. Get your stuff Well, this is your Dharma name. Your Dharma name is Ozeal. Okay, I'm giving you a Dharma name. So get your apartment set up in Norway, and the checks coming in Norway, and you know, so that you have some stability in your life. You can relax and come out here and visit in Vietnam and do different things. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Take care, brother. Let me know if you go crazy.
Okay, I'll let you know.
Okay.
You'll be the first to know.
All right. Take care.
Take care, man.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
I've been
Bye.
there. Don't worry about it. See you later.
See you.
If you think that you are as enlightened than me or more enlightened than me, call in right now on WhatsApp. Call in the WhatsApp number. That's the WhatsApp number, okay? If you're as enlightened than me or more enlightened than me, call in right now on WhatsApp and we'll figure it out, okay? And if you're more enlightened than me, I'll give you my YouTube channel, okay? If you're as enlightened as me, I'll give you $100 on Cash App. Deal? If you got a stomach ache, eat it. If you feel a little bit uncomfortable, eat it. Sit still, relax, and shut up. If you're gay, don't be gay. If you're straight, don't be straight. Make the most of a good day is what stupid people say to each other. Every day is a good day means every day is a bad day. Being straight means that you're gay. If I'm dumb, then I'm smart. The law of opposites. How do you get rid of one side of a pencil? First rule of being enlightened and becoming enlightened is don't be a pansy. What the fuck? This is insane. What the hell is going on? Use the arrows to move the icon into the indicated orbit. What the hell? Oh my God! Okay. As long as you know you're a pansy, no problem. Master Fushan Yuan said, there are three essentials to leadership: humanity, clarity, and courage. Humanely practicing the virtues of the way promotes the influence of the teaching, pacifies those in both high and low positions, and delights those who pass by. Someone with clarity follows proper behavior and just duty, recognizes what is safe and what is dangerous, examines people to see whether they are wise or foolish, and distinguishes right and wrong. The courageous see things through to their conclusion, settling them without doubt. They get rid of whatever is wrong or false. Humanity without clarity is like having a field but not plowing it. Clarity without courage is like having sprouts but not weeding. Courage without humanity is like knowing how to reap but not how to sow. When all three of these are present, the community thrives. When one is lacking, the community deteriorates. When two are lacking, the community is in peril. And when there is not one of the three, the way of leadership is in ruins. So for Shiva, he has none of these things, I guess. Shiva has neither clarity, humanity, or courage. Or maybe he's lacking one. Or maybe he's lacking two. Is Shiva's community in peril, or is Shiva's community deteriorating? Actively deteriorating. I would say, so he's lacking one. What is he lacking? He's lacking courage. That's what he's lacking. Shiva is lacking courage. And at different times, it's in different situations, right? So sometimes maybe I'm lacking humanity. Sometimes maybe I'm lacking clarity. Sometimes maybe I'm lacking courage. I'm not yet a very good leader in many ways. But I'm not head over heels about this Fushan Yuan guy either. Seems like a smarty pants if you ask me. Wu Zu said, the ancients were glad to hear of their own errors, delighted in doing good, were great in magnanimity, generous in concealing others' wrongs, humble in association with companions, and diligent in helping and saving the people. They did not defile their minds, therefore their light was great, shining through past and present. Wu Zu said to Fo Jian, as a leader, it is essential to be generous with the community while being frugal with oneself. As for the rest, the petty matters, do not be concerned with them. When you give people tasks, probe them deeply to see if they are sincere. When you choose your words, take the most serious. Leaders are naturally honored when their words are taken seriously. The community is naturally impressed when people are chosen for their sincerity. When you are honorable, the community obeys even if you are not stern. When the community is impressed, things get done even if no orders are given. The wise and the stupid each naturally convey their minds. Small and great each exert their effort. Wu Zu said to Guo Gongfu, the temper and feelings of people are certainly inconsistent. They shift daily, along with changes. Although Buddhism has flourished and declined repeatedly since ancient times, the reasons for its thriving or degeneration has always come from the teaching activity. In ancient times, when the early Chan masters were helping people, they fanned with a clear wind, regulated with purity, covered with moral virtue, and taught propriety and right, causing students to control their seeing and hearing, to stop bad tendencies, to cut off indulgence and desire, and to forget about gain and honor. Thereby they moved daily toward goodness, put error at a distance, realized the way and fulfilled its virtues, all without being self-consciously aware of it. People of today are far from being like the ancients. If they want to investigate this path all the way, they must make their determination firm and unbending until they reach enlightenment. Afterward, it is left to nature whether one may experience calamity or distress, gain or loss. People should not try unreasonably to escape them. Why should anyone fail to do this because they are worried beforehand that they may not succeed? As soon as there is the slightest concern sprouting in your heart, not only will you fail to realize enlightenment in this life, you will never have a time of fulfillment. Oh, very painful. Hui Tong said, "It is essential to leadership that one should take the far-reaching and the great, and leave off the short-sighted and the petty. If a matter remains stubbornly unresolved, one should consult seasoned and mature people. And if there is still doubt, one should question the knowledgeable. Then, even if there is something unfinished, still it will not be too much. If, on the other hand, leaders like to give free play to their own personal feelings and take or give solely by themselves, one day they will run afoul of the schemes of petty people. Whose fault is this? So it is said, planning is with the many, decision is done alone. By planning with the group, one can examine the ultimate effect of benefit or harm. By deciding oneself, one can determine right and wrong for the community." Bayun said, "Many monks I have seen have never considered the long range. I fear that the monasteries will weaken from this. My late teacher Yang Kui used to say that when those above and below try to take it easy, this is the greatest calamity for the teaching. In the past, when I was living in seclusion in the library at Guizhong Monastery and read through scriptures and histories, many hundreds of them crossed my eyes. The books were extremely worn and old. Yet, as I opened each volume, I had a sense of new discovery. As I think about the matter in these terms, study without turning away from people, is like this. Study without turning away from people." Personal problems. One day Hui Tong saw the great master Huang Long with an appearance of unhappiness and asked him about it. Huanglong said, I haven't found anyone yet who can be the accountant for the monastery. Huitong then recommended the assistant superintendent Gan. Huanglong said, Gan is still rough. I'm afraid that petty people might intrigue against him. Huitong said, Attendant Hua is rather honest and prudent. Huanglong said, although Hua is honest and prudent, he is not as good as Zhu, the supervisor of the estate. Lingran once asked Huitong, when Huanglong needed an accountant, why did he give it so much thought? Huitong said, those with nations and those with families have always made this basic. Was it only Huanglong who was like that? The ancient sages also have enjoined this. The relative and the absolute meet in thin air, but it is not a matter of skill for them to meet, two arrowheads crossing into one another. Master Huitong called on Yue Guanghui at Baofeng. Guanghui's clear understanding of the profound doctrine of the heroic march scripture was foremost in his time. Each phrase, each word that Huatong heard was like a precious jewel to him, and he was overcome with joy. Among the monks in Huitong's community, there were some who privately criticized their leader. When Huitong heard of it, he said, I sound out his strengths and work on my shortcomings. What is there for me to be ashamed about? Ying Xiao Wu said, Master Huitong's study of the way is a model for Chan monks. Still, he considers the inherent superiority of honorable virtue to be strength, and considers what he has not yet seen or heard to be a shame, causing those in the monasteries who inflate themselves and belittle others to have a standard of which to be mindful. This is of some help indeed. Huitong said, the way of sages is like sky and earth, raising myriad beings, nothing not provided by the way. The ways of ordinary people are like rivers, seas, mountains, streams, hills and valleys, plants, trees, and insects. Each fulfills its own measure, and that is all. They do not know outside of what is complete in everything. But could the way be two? Is it not that there turn out to be great and small only because of depth or shallowness of realization? Is it not that way? Is it not that there turn out to be great and small, more and less wise only because of depth or shallowness of realization? Is it not that way? So we're all wrong. Everybody's wrong. Concerned with our humble seekers on the path like Niels, Huitong said, what has long been neglected cannot be restored immediately. Ills that have been accumulating for a long time cannot be cleared away immediately. One cannot enjoy oneself forever. Human emotions cannot be just right. Calamity cannot be avoided by trying to run away from it. Anyone working as a teacher who has realized these 5 things can be in the world without misery. Communication of hearts. Huanglong said, essential to leadership is winning the community. Essential to winning the community is seeing into the hearts of the people. An ancient Buddha said, human hearts are fields of blessings for the world, since this is where the path of reason comes from. Therefore, whether or not a time is safe or prohibitive, whether something is deleterious or beneficial, always depend on human hearts. What is in people's hearts may be communicated or blocked. Thence do safety and prohibition arise. Things are done with more or less care. Thence do harm and benefit come. Only sages can communicate with the hearts of all under heaven. Therefore, in the hexagrams of the Book of Changes, when the sky triagram is below and the earth triagram is above, this hexagram is called safety. When sky is above and earth below, this hexagram is called prohibitive. Symbolically, decreasing above and increasing below is called prosperity, while decreasing below and increasing above is called decline. Now, if the sky is below and the earth above, their positions are certainly contrary, yet it is called safety because above and below are intermingling. If the host is above and the guest positioned below, their meanings are certainly in accord, yet that is called prohibitive, because above and below do not intermingle. Therefore, when human and earth do not intermingle, beings are not great. If human hearts do not communicate, things are not harmonious. The meaning of decline and prosperity, harm and benefit also come from this. Now, if those who are above other people are able to control themselves and thereby be generous with those below will gladly serve those above. Would this not be called prosperity? If those above slight those below and indulge themselves, those below will surely resent and oppose those above. Would this not be called decline? Thus, when those above and below intermingle, then there is safety and peace. When they do not intermingle, something is wrong. People who lessen themselves are a benefit to others. People who aggrandize themselves are harmful to others. How could the winning or losing of hearts be easy? Ancient sages likened the human being to a boat, heart being the water. The water can carry the boat, and it can also overturn the boat. When the water goes with it, the boat floats. When the water goes against it, the boat sinks. Therefore, when a leader wins people's hearts, there is flourishing, and a leader that loses people's hearts is abandoned. Winning them completely means complete flourishing. Losing them completely means complete rejection. So when both are good, there are many blessings, and when both are bad, the calamity is severe. Good and bad are of the same kind, just like pearls on a thread. Flourishing and decline happen in this pattern, clear as the sun in the sky. This is a basic guide for generation after generation. Make the way wide. Huanglong said to the great statesman Wang Anshi, whatever you set your mind to do, you always should make the road before you wide open, so that all people may traverse it. This is the concern of a great man. If the way is narrow and perilous, so that others cannot go on it, then you yourself will not have any place to set foot either. The chief elder, Huanglong said, The position of the chief elder is to be a vessel of enlightened qualities. When ancient sages established communes, set forth organizing principles, and set up names and ranks, choosing a renunciate with enlightened qualities for the title of chief elder, it was so that the elder would practice those enlightened qualities, not that anyone should have ambitions for this name. My late teacher Chai Ming once said, "One who preserves the way through old age to death in mountains and valleys is not as good as one who practices the way leading a group of people in a commune." Is it not the case that when one preserves the practice of the chief elder well, the virtues of the way of the enlightened abide? And that's tough, that we have all these fake enlightened people that are deceiving others for their own status and profit rather than forming communes, as the elders have done, as the lineage holders have done, as the great enlightened ones have done, as the Buddha had done. I have my own chief elder, who is not other than the mind of Buddha. So that I need not rely upon myself. Wang Long said, "The way is like a mountain. The farther you climb, the higher it is. The way is like the earth. The farther you go, the farther it extends. Shallow students use up their strength and stop. Only those who have will for enlightenment can reach its heights and depths. As for the others, who would have anything to do with them?" Loss of integrity. Ying Xiao Wu said to Hui Tang, "The whole matter of being known as a teacher and upholding the teaching in place of the Buddhas, causing mendicants to turn their minds to the way, revising morals and changing customs, is not something that can be done by the shallow. Monks of the last age do not cultivate virtues, and few have integrity. Time and again they bribe and curry favor, wagging their tails seeking sympathy, pursuing fame and fortune at the doors of temporal power. One day their karma will be fulfilled and their luck will be dissipated. Gods and humans will be sick of them. They will defile the true religion and be a burden to their teachers and companions. How can I not lament?" Hui Tang agreed. Ying Xiao Wu said to Pan Yan Zi, "Those who studied in ancient times governed their minds, and students nowadays deal with the traces. The difference between the mind and the traces is as that between sky and earth." Ying Xiao Wu said to Master Zhen Jing Wen, "Whatever is rushed to maturity will surely break down early. Whatever is accomplished in a hurry will surely be easily destroyed. What is done without making consideration for the long run and is hastily finished is not of a far-reaching and great character. Now sky and earth are most miraculous, but still It is only after 3 years and 2 intercalary months that they complete their accomplishment and fulfill their transformation. How much more so for the miracle of the Great Way? How could it be easily mastered? It is essential to build up achievement and accumulate virtue. Therefore it is said, when you want to be quick, you don't succeed. Act carefully and you won't miss. A beautiful accomplishment takes a long time, ultimately involving lifelong consideration. A sage said, keep it with faith, practice it with keenness, perfect it with faithfulness. Then, though the task be great, you will surely succeed. Genuine care. The rule for Chan practitioners is that their lifestyle should not be luxurious and filling. For if it is, there will be excess. Pleasing things should not be striven for much, because much striving ends in failure. When you try to succeed in something, something will surely be ruined. I saw my late teacher Huang Long deal with the world for 40 years, and in his speech and silence, action and inaction, he never tried to captivate students with expressions, manners, or literary skills. Only those who certainly had insight and were truly acting on reality, he would carefully develop in every way. His care and respect were in the manner of the ancients. Rarely was there anyone in any of the Chan communities comparable to him. Therefore, today, as I face the community, I take him as an example in everything. When Xingjing was abbot of Baoming Monastery in Jiankang, the king of Shu sent him a present of plain silk. Zhenjing asked an attendant, "What is this stuff?" The attendant said, "It is woven silk gauze." Zhenjing said, "What is the use of it?" The attendant replied, "It could be made into a vestment." Zhenjing pointed to the muslin robe he wore and said, "I always wear this, and those who see do not object." Then Zhenjing had the silk sent to the keeper of the storehouse to sell, to feed the community. Zhenjing said to the king of Shu, "In your daily activities, vigorously carry out whatever is right and put a firm stop to whatever is wrong. You should not change your will on account of difficulty or ease. If because of today's difficulty you shake your head and pay no heed, how can you know that another day it will not be as hard as today?" Master Zantang said, "Those with enlightened virtue please the people. Those without enlightened virtue please themselves. Those who please the people grow. Those who please themselves perish." Nowadays, many of those who are called leaders deal with the people on the basis of likes and dislikes. When we look for those who know what is bad about what they like, and know what is good about what they dislike, we find that they are rare. Hayashmote amanakaya labusa. Hayashmote la amanakabusa. Hayashamanate wakanala abusa. Therefore it is said, those who share the same grief and happiness are the people. The same good and bad are the just. Who would not take refuge where there is justice? Zantang said, For wayfarers of all times, the right strategy for skillfully spreading the way essentially lies in adapting to communicate. Those who do not know how to adapt stick to the letter and cling to doctrines, get stuck on forms and mired in sentiments. None of them succeed in strategic adaptation. An ancient said, "The hidden valley has no partiality, any call will be echoed. The huge bell struck with the clapper resounds every time." So we know that advanced people who know how to get through counter the ordinary to merge with the way. They do not fail to change responsively by sticking to one thing. Selecting associates. Zontang said, "When you seek an associate, it should be one who is worthy of being your teacher, one whom you will always honor and respect, and one you can take for an example in doing things, so there will be some benefit in your association. You should still follow a teacher who is just a little better than you, to be alerted to what you have not yet reached. But if a teacher happens to be equal to you, it is better to not have such a teacher at all." Hung, are you equal or better than me? Who knows? We'll ask Seattle when he comes, okay? We ask Seattle, who has more wisdom, me or you? When Seattle come, okay? Seattle is coming next week. Well, we're going to ask Seattle about that. Well, I'm going to ask Seattle about that. Knowing people. How about when it comes to knowing people? Zontang said, "Someone's conduct cannot be thoroughly known for sure from one reply or one question. In general, it seems that those who are eloquent and swift of tongue cannot always be believed in fact, and those whose words are clumsy and dumb may be inexhaustible in principle. You may get to the bottom of people's words, yet fail to get to the bottom of their reason. You may silence their tongues, yet fail to conquer their minds. The difficulty of knowing people is what ails sages. This is especially true as monks in recent times who are bright do not strive to communicate with the hearts of other beings. In what they see and hear, they mostly look for faults and weaknesses. They go against the desires of the community and turn away from the path. They deceive those who esteem them, and they seek the downfall of those who overshadow them. Thus they cause the path of enlightened teaching that has continued since time immemorial to gradually deteriorate and weaken, almost to the point where it cannot be saved." Insects. Zontang said to Miaoxi, "In the age of imitation, many outwardly follow along with things, and inwardly fail to clarify their minds. Even if they do great works, they are not ultimate. In general, it is the baseness and the vulgarity of the people with whom they associate that makes them that way. It is like the case of insects. If they gather on an ox, they do not fly more than a few paces. But if they stick to a swift horse, they can chase the wind and pursue the sun, simply because of the superiority of what they cleave to. So students should always choose carefully where they will stay and always go with good people. Then eventually they can cut off error and bias, approach balance and right, and hear true words." Zentang said, Lingran liked to read through the classics and histories. When he read a classic or a history book, he would keep reading it until he had memorized it. Hui Tang chided him about this, but Lingran said, I have heard that one who uses much effort garners a far-reaching result. Secretary of State Huang Luzi, an advanced Chan student, said, Lingran is as fond of learning as hungry and thirsty people are of food and drink, and he has no ambition for fame or profit. It seems to me that his sincere heart is natural and not forced. Good leadership. Lingran said, Good leaders make the mind of the community their mind, and never let their minds indulge in private prejudices. They make the eyes and ears of the community their eyes and ears, and never let their eyes and ears be partial. Thus, they are ultimately able to realize the will of the community and comprehend the feelings of the community. When they make the mind of the community their own mind, good and bad are to the leaders what good and bad are to the community. Therefore, the good is not wrongly so, and the bad is unmistakably so. Then, why resort to airing what is in your own mind and accepting the flattery of others? Once you use the community's ears and eyes for your ears and eyes, then the people's perceptivity is your own. Thus, it is so clear nothing is not seen, nothing not heard. So then, why add personal views and stubbornly invite hypocrisy and deception from others? When they expressed their own hearts and added their own views, the accomplished sages were striving to find their own faults, to have the same wishes as the people of the community, and to be without bias. Therefore it is said that for the wide spread of virtue, humanity, and justice, it is appropriate to be that way. Yet those with ignorant and impure minds strive to find others' faults, differing in their wishes from those of the community, sunk in personal prejudices. Therefore, none of the people fail to become estranged from them. And therefore, those whose bad name and perilous deeds are told near and far, also must be like this. By this we know that when leaders have the same desires as their communities, they are called wise sages. When their desires differ from those of their communities, they are called mediocre. In general, there is difference in the meanings of opening up and offering one's views. Good and bad, success and failure go in opposite ways like this. Can it not be the difference in the sentiments with which they seek fault, and the dissimilarity in the ways in which they entrust people? Yes, Seattle is stateside. He certainly is. And I think he's in California right now, but he'll be going to Texas, he'll be going to Florida. So if anyone wants to link up with Seattle, hopefully that's possible. Self-examination. Lingran's study of the way and application of its principles was pure and sincere, rich in virtue. He had the air of the ancients. He was peaceful and serious and spoke little. He was very much honored and respected by scholars and grandees. He once said, "What the people take lightly and are careless of, the sage is careful with. In particular, to be the leader of a community and assist the process of enlightenment is impossible unless one's action and understanding are in mutual harmony. The essential thing is repeated self-examination and self-criticism, not letting thoughts of fame and profit sprout in the mind. If there is anything not believed in among the directives of the teachings, anything the students do not obey, then one should withdraw to consider and cultivate virtue, waiting until a way comes. I have never seen anyone who was personally upright, whose community was not orderly. Truly in this lies the meaning of the saying, looking upon the countenance of a virtuous person clears people's minds." Who correcting faults? Yuan Wu said. Yuan Wu's very good one, famous one. Who has no faults? To error and yet be able to correct it is best of all. Since time immemorial, all have lauded the ability to correct faults as being wise, rather than considering having no faults to be beautiful. Thus, human actions have many faults and errors. This is something that neither the wise nor the foolish can avoid. Yet, it is only the wise who can correct their faults and change to good. Whereas the foolish mostly conceal their faults and cover up their wrongs. When one changes to what is good, virtue is new every day. This is characteristic of what is called the ideal person. When one covers up one's faults, the evil is more and more manifest. This is characteristic of what is called the lesser person. So it is that the ability to follow what is right when hearing of it is considered difficult from the standpoint of ordinary feelings. To gladly follow good when seeing it is what is esteemed by the wise and virtuous. I hope you will forget about the outer expression of the words. Yuan Wu said, "My late teacher said that among those who serve as chief elders, there are those who move people by enlightened virtue and those who make people obedient by the power of authority. It is like the phoenix in flight, which all the animals like, or tigers and wolves stalking, which all the animals fear. As far as being moved and being obedient are concerned, they are one. But the types are as different from each other as the sky is from the earth. Yuan Wu said to Librarian Long, "If you want to order a community, but do not work at winning people's hearts, the community cannot be ordered. If you work on winning people's hearts and do not take care to make contact with those in the lower echelons, people's hearts cannot be won. If you try to make contact with those in the lower echelons, but do not distinguish the good from the bad, then those below cannot be contacted. In trying to distinguish good people from bad, if you dislike it when they say you are wrong and like it when they follow you, then good and bad cannot be distinguished. Only the wise adepts do not dislike to hear how they are wrong, and do not delight in having others go along with them. Only the way is to be followed, and this is how people's hearts are won and how communities are ordered." What are you doing? It is related that while Gao An was the leader of the community at Yunju, whenever he saw students who failed to comprehend his devices and private teaching, he would take them aside and upbraid them in a most serious matter, saying, "Your parents nourished your body. Your teachers and companions formed your mind. You are not oppressed by hunger or cold. You do not have to toil on military campaigns. Under these conditions, if you do not make a dedicated effort to accomplish the practice of the way, how can you face your parents, teachers, and companions?" There were students who wept on hearing the words of the enlightened teacher. This is how correct and strict his order was. The quickest shortcut. Zin said, "The quickest shortcut to entry into the way consists of moderation and relinquishment. I see many students with minds excited and mouths stammering, all eager to succeed to the Chan ancients. But I do not find 1 in 10,000 when I look for those with relinquishment and moderation. They are like the sons of a family in society who are not willing to read books but want to be officials. Even a little Confucian boy knows this is impossible." Zin said to Cao Tong, I'm being, what's it called? When you get a stern talking to? Scolded? Zin said to Cao Tong, "For the sake of leadership, sincerity and trustworthiness are essential in speech and action. If your words are sincere and trustworthy, the impression they make will be deep. If your words are not sincere or trustworthy, the impression they make will be shallow. Insincere words and untrustworthy deeds are intolerable, even in ordinary life, in the mundane world. Lest one be slighted by the people, how much more so when acting as the leader of a community, expounding the teaching of the enlightened ones? If you lack sincerity and trustworthiness in what you say and do, who in the world would follow you? Materialism in the way. Sixin said, Season. Profit seeking has nothing to do with the way. Seeking the way has nothing to do with profit. It is not that the ancients could not combine them, but that their forces do not accord. If profit seeking and the way went together, why would the ancients have given up their wealth and status, forgotten about achievement and fame, and mortified their bodies and minds in empty mountains and great swamps, drinking from streams and eating from trees all their lives? If you must say profit and the way can both be carried out without mutual interference, that is like holding a leaking wine cup to pour on a burning pot. You cannot save it this way. What do you mean, NH Drive? Impartiality. It is related that when Master Sixin was leader of the community at Kuiyan Monastery, he heard that Master Jiao Fan had been banished from the continent, and that he was passing through the region of Kuiyan on the way to his place of exile on the southern island of Hainan. Sixin sent a party to meet Jiao Fan and bring him to the monastery, where Sixin treated him cordially as a guest for several days and saw him off reluctantly. Some people, noting that he had criticized Jiao Fan in the past, said that Sixin was inconsistent. Sixin said, Jiao Fan is a virtuous wearer of the patchwork robe. In the past, I used extreme words to remove the ostentation of his excellence. Now that he has run into foul play, this is his lot. I treat him according to the usual principle of the Chan communities. Those who know say that Sixin acted in this manner because he had no partiality in regard to people. Sixin said to Cao Tong, my late teacher Hui Tong said, openness and affability in people are gotten from nature. If you try to force them, they will not last long. One who is forceful but not enduring will be treated with scorn and contempt by petty people. In the same way, false and true, good and evil are also gotten from nature, and none of them can be changed. Only people with balanced nature, who can deal with the higher and the lower, are worth associating with and teaching. Heart-to-heart communication. Shantang said, snakes and tigers are not enemies of buzzards and vultures. Buzzards and vultures follow them and screech to them. Why? It is because they have vicious hearts. Cows and hogs are not driven by magpies and jackdaws. The magpies and jackdaws gather and ride on them. Why? Because they do not have vicious hearts. Once, when an ancient Chan master visited a hermit, he found the hermit setting out half-cooked rice. The master said, why do crows fly away when they see a man? The hermit was at a loss. Finally, he put the same question back to the Chan master. The master said, because I still have a murderous heart. Those who suspect others are suspected by others. Those who forget about people are also forgotten by people. The ancients, who were companions of serpents and tigers, had realized this principle well. One ancient said, an iron ox does not fear the roar of a lion. It is just like a wooden man seeing flowers and birds. These words take this principle to its consummation. Okay, would anyone like to say anything? Controlling bias. Cao Tong said, "There is nothing special to leadership. Essentially, it is a matter of controlling the evils of biased information and autocracy. Do not just go by whatever is said to you first. Then the obesquities of petty people seeking favor will not be able to confuse you. After all, the feelings of a group of people are not one, and objective reason is hard to see. You should investigate something to see its benefit or harm. Examine whether it is appropriate and suitable or not. Then after that, you may carry it out. And if we can't put it down, we can carry it out." Shan Tong said, "The way of the enlightened is not beyond finding the mean. Exceeding the mean is bias and error. Not everything in the world can fulfill your wishes. So trying to fulfill your wishes means trouble and confusion. Many are the people of past and present who are immoderate and imprudent, in peril to the point of being in danger of destruction. So then, who has no excesses? Only people of wisdom and attainment reform them unstingingly. This is extolled as excellence." Shan Tong said to Yian, "The attitude of a leader must be impartial. In doing things, you should not necessarily consider what comes from yourself to be right while considering others wrong. Then, like and dislike regarding differences and sameness do not arise in the mind. Then the breath of crass self-indulgence and misbegotten prejudice has no way to enter." A memorial. Miaozi said, "In the old days, Hui Tong wrote in a memorial of Huanglang, 'Those engaged in this study in ancient times dwelt on cliffs and in caves, ate roots and fruits, wore hide and leaves. They did not concern their minds with fame or gain, and did not register their names in the government offices. Since the Wei, Jin, Kui, Liang, Sui, and Tang dynasties, the 3rd to 9th centuries, when sanctuaries were first built for assemblies of students from all quarters, the good have been chosen to regulate the corrupt, causing the wise to guide the foolish and deluded. Because of this, guest and host have been established. Above and below have been distinguished. Now, when people from all quarters are gathered in one sanctuary, it is truly difficult to bear the responsibility. It is essential to unify the great and discard the petty. to put the urgent first and the casual later, not to scheme for oneself, but to concentrate on helping others. This is as different from selfish striving as the sky is from earth. Now the names of the successive generations of leaders at the Huanglong Sanctuary are being inscribed on stone. To those who come later to see, look at them and say who had virtue, who was benevolent and righteous, who was fair to the whole community, and who profited himself. Can we not beware? You don't have to add something to it. The notion of adding something to it is madness. When our late teacher Miao Zi began teaching as the leader at Jingshan, in an evening gathering he discussed Chan teaching as it was carried out at various places throughout the land. When he came to the teachings of the moribund Cao Dong school of Chan, he talked on and on. Moribund. Anybody ever heard that word before? A school in decline. The next day, Assembly Chief Yin, who was a master of the Caodong school, said to the teacher, "Helping people is a serious matter. One must want to help activate spiritual teaching. One should save it from decadence, according to the times, not grasp immediate convenience. When you discussed various teachers in the past, when you were a Chan follower, even then it could not have been arbitrary. How much less now that you are a public teacher?" The teacher said, "Last night's talk was just one occasion." The assembly chief said, "The study of saints and sages is based on nature. How can you slight it?" The teacher bowed his head and apologized, but the assembly chief kept talking endlessly about the matter. Later, when our late teacher Mao Si was banished, an attendant recorded the statement of his exile and posted it in front of the communal hall. The monks were weeping and sniveling like people who had lost their parents, lamentingly sadly, unable to rest easy. Assembly Chief Yin went to the community quarters and said to them, "The calamities and stresses of human life are something that cannot be arbitrarily avoided. If we had Mao Zi be like a sissy all his life, submerged in the rank and file, keeping his mouth closed, not saying anything, surely this exile would not have happened. But do I need to say that when the sages of yore had to do But do I need to say that what the sages of yore had to do did not stop at this? Why are you bothering to aggrieve yourselves? In olden times, several sincere students banded together to see the great teacher Fan Yang. They ran into military operations going on in the Northwest at the time. So they changed their clothes and mixed in with the battalion to make their way up to Fangyang. Now the place of Mao Zi's exile is not so far from here. There are no gaps or obstacles in the road. The mountains and rivers are not steep or forbidding. If you want to see Mao Zi, what is so hard about that?" From this, the whole crowd became silent. The next day, they left in a continuous stream. Wanan said, "When my late teacher Miao Zi was exiled, There were some among the students who made private criticisms. Assembly Chief Yin said, "In general, when criticizing and talking about people, you should seek to find where the faulty are faultless. How can you find the faultless faulty? If you do not look into people's hearts and just doubt their actions, what help is that to the democracy of the community?" Miaozi's virtue and capacity come from nature. In bearing and conduct, he only follows duty and right. In thought and judgment, he definitely excels other people. Now that creation is putting him down, there must be a reason. How can we know but that it will be a blessing for the teaching another day? Those who heard this did not criticize any longer. Making a community flourish. Assembly Chief Yin said, "Few are the leaders who can succeed in making a community flourish. This is because most of them forget truth and virtue and give up benevolence and duty, abandoning the regulations of the Dharma and going by their personal feelings. Sincerely considering the decline and disappearance of spiritual schools, one should make oneself true yet humble to others. Pick out the wise and good for mutual assistance. Honor those of long-standing virtue. Be distant from petty people. Cultivate oneself with moderation and frugality, and extend virtue to others. After that, for those whom you employ as assistants, retain those who are more mature and keep away the opportunistic flatterers. The value of this is that there will be no slander of corruption and no disruption by factionalism." Troubles. Assembly Chief Yin said, "The sages of ancient times were wary when they had no troubles, saying, 'Could heaven have abandoned the bad?' A philosopher said, 'Only a saint can be free from troubles inside and out. Unless one is a saint, when at peace, one must be anxious within.' People of wisdom and understanding know that trouble cannot be escaped. So they are careful in the beginning to guard themselves against it. So when human life has some worry and turmoil, it may turn into happiness for a whole lifetime. After all, calamity and trouble, slander and disgrace could not be avoided even by ancient sage kings, much less by others." Wanan said, "When the ancients were going to hold private meetings, they would first hang out a sign to that effect, and each individual would come bounding forth because of the greatness of the matter of life and death, eager to settle doubts and determine what is so. In recent times, we often see community leaders making everybody come and submit to them respectfully in private interviews, without question of whether they are old or sick. If there is musk, it is naturally fragrant. What need is there to publicize it? By this, they wrongly create divisions, so guest and host are not at ease. Teachers should think about this." Wanan said, Recently, we see students fondly clinging to prejudiced views, not comprehending people's conditions, shallow in faith, recalcitrant, an uncomparative attitude toward authority or discipline, liking people to flatter them, admiring those who follow them while estranging those who differ from them. Even if they have one bit of knowledge or half an understanding, yet it is covered by these kinds of bad habits. Many are those who grow old without attainment. A false teaching. Wanan said, in the Chan communities, wherever you go, there is a false teaching rampant, saying that discipline, meditation, and knowledge are unnecessary, and that it is unnecessary to cultivate virtue or to get rid of craving. Talk like this is not only creating harm to the Chan communities in the present day, it is actually the bane of the teaching for 10,000 ages. Ordinary people have cravings. They love, they hate, and desire. They are selfish and ignorant. Their every thought is attached to things, like bubbles in one boiling pot. How can they be cleared and cooled? Much of what the ancient sages had to think about pertained to this. So it was that they set up the 3 studies of discipline, meditation, and knowledge in order to control people so that they might be reformed and restored. Nowadays, younger students do not uphold the precepts, do not practice meditation, cultivate knowledge, and develop virtue. They just rely on wide learning and powerful intellect, acting in common, vulgar ways so that they are impossible to reform. This is what I mean when I say that such talk is the bane of the Chan communities for 10,000 ages. Only those lofty-minded people who travel on the correct basis, keeping sincere and faithful to understanding and clarifying the issue of life and death, will not be dragged in by this type. They say that such talk cannot be believed in and is like poisonous bird droppings, like water drunk and passed by a viper. It is not good even to read or hear of such talk, much less ingest it, for it will undoubtedly kill people. Those who know will naturally stay far away from it. Okay, so this is your warning to stay away from Alexis non-duality and their like. Is it time to eat, honey? Not time to eat? Really? No? Oh. You don't have to justify anything when you're a saint. So as long as you're justifying something, you can see it. You can be sure that you're wrong, because there just wouldn't be any need to do that. benefaction. I wear the Tathagata's teachings to awaken countless beings. Vast is the robe of liberation, of formless field of benefaction. I wear the Tathagata's teaching to awaken countless beings. Vast is the robe of liberation, of formless field of benefaction. I wear the Tathagata's teaching to awaken countless beings. This is my alma mater. This is live, as live stream. Morning chanting. butsu en yo butsu en buboso en yorakuga jo shonen kanze on bonen kanze on nen jushin ki nen fui shin nanze on namu butsu yo butsu en yo butsu en buboso en yorakuga jo shonen kanze on bonen kanze on nen jushin ki nen fui shin kanze on namu butsu yo butsu en yo butsu en buboso en yorakuga jo shonen kanze on bonen kanze on nen jushin ki nen fui shin. Receiver of the cries of the world, takes refuge in Buddha, will be a Buddha, helps all to be Buddhas, is not separate from Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, is eternal, intimate, pure and joyful, in the morning be one with Avalokiteshvara, in the evening be one with Avalokiteshvara, whose heart moment by moment arises, whose heart moment by moment remains. Avalokiteshvara, perceiver of the cries of the world, takes refuge in Buddha, will be a Buddha, helps all to be Buddhas, is not separate from Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, in the pure and joyful, in the morning be one with Avalokiteshvara, in the evening be one with Avalokiteshvara, whose heart moment by moment arises, whose heart moment by moment remains. Avalokiteshvara, perceiver of the cries of the world, takes refuge in Buddha, will be a Buddha, is not separate from Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, being eternal, intimate, pure and joyful, in the morning be one with Avalokiteshvara, in the evening be one with Avalokiteshvara, whose heart moment by moment arises, whose heart moment by moment remains.
The Buddha turns the Dharma wheel, and so reality is shown in all its many forms. All suffering beings are liberated and brought to great joy. Having chanted the Enmei Juku Kanon Gyo, we offer the merits generated thereby to all women honored ones throughout history whose names have been forgotten or left unsaid, and to all honored lay practitioners who have exemplified the teachings, to all those in our global Mahasangha, to the spirits of the deceased inhabitants of this valley, and to all beings in the Dharma worlds, we especially pray for the health and well-being of. Please quietly speak the names of those for whom you wish to pray. May they and their families be serene through their ills, and may Kanzeon, who hears the sounds of the world, show us the way of compassion, and may we realize the Buddha way together. All Buddhas throughout space and time, all Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, wisdom beyond wisdom, Mahasattvas.
Guests, you may depart at this time, and residents, please proceed to Suji. And breakfast is at 8:20, so please enjoy outside, and then we'll meet back in the hall at 9:30 for our final session. Thank you.
I don't know. Put some more so I.
Food is okay.
You didn't need the chili? Chili inside. I have the chili. I don't know that. Yeah, it's good. Anna, how about the soya? Yes. Chili. Sometimes in Vietnam, we eat we need the chili and here the sauce. Not as spicy the same one. Not too spicy. Okay, very good. What?
Thank you, Home.
Can you finish?
Yes.
Where is that? Honey, can you eat a little soup?
Huh?
Can you eat a little soup?
Oh, later. Later I eat the soup.
Yes? Okay. Good. Let's go. Okay. Secret obstacles. In devotion I pay homage and take refuge in Oma Hong Benza Bama Guru Bidnu. When you establish the teaching of the Buddhas and practice in the Slade Mountain forest, you catch it with the Vajra Mudra, roll it, and hurl it into the sandalwood forest, which bursts into flames in an instant, and crush the dark Yaksha lords. O peerless Doki Shichin, with your compassion, inspire us with your blessing. With your love, guide us on the path with our realization. Transfer us attainments, outer obstacles, dispel them. Inner obstacles, dispel them. Secret obstacles, dispel them. In devotion I pay homage and take refuge in you.